everybody! Welcome in and happy... It's not Tuesday. It's Wednesday! It's Wednesday! I don't normally stream on Wednesdays, but here I am. Surprise! Hello, everybody. I am feeling much better than I was yesterday. My throat's still a little bit froggy, but other than that, I'm feeling fine. The only other thing that's a little bit iffy is because I'm sniffly. But I have tissues. So if I need to blow my nose, I will. Other than that, hello! Welcome in. Welcome to stream. Welcome to the Surprise Wednesday stream. It's good to see you. Yeah, surprise! Want to make up for yesterday? Oh, I was so upset. I was so looking forward to the Great Ace Attorney stream yesterday. I was so upset that I wasn't feeling well. I was so upset. But I am back in action now, and we are ready to continue here. We are ready to get going and continue on with this investigation. Albeit a day late, but that's okay. I'm okay with doing it a day late as long as we get to hopefully this time we'll actually get to figure out some things. Yeah, let's see if we can figure out what actually happened, huh? Because right now it kind of seems like everything is all confusing and what's going on here. I'm gonna take a stretch for the moment, but how is everybody's Tuesday so far? And if it's not Tuesday for you, how is your... not Tuesday. How is everybody's Wednesday? My goodness gracious, my times are all messed up. How is everybody's Wednesday so far? If it's not Wednesday, how is your Thursday going so far? Hope it's going well. Ugh. Goodness gracious. Yesterday was my birthday? Hey! Happy belated birthday, Warback. Hope you had a great birthday. Hope you had a great day celebrating your birthday. Hope you had a fun day. Whatever you did for your birthday. Hope it was fantastic. Oh, goodness gracious. No problem, Warback. Excuse me. Goodness me. Alrighty. Today is a day. Today is the day that we shall try to deal with Sholmes once again. Oh boy, oh boy. Just prepping for stuff. The next Prime and Warframe came out today. Got to go get him when I can. Ah, I feel ya. Sorrel just had an update and I did some polls for the new character. Haven't gotten him yet, but I'm on a guaranteed, so once I get enough polls, I'll be able to get him. Just gotta do the new event and such. Ah, advertisements. Goodness gracious. Either way, I have a feeling that today's stream will be very productive. Hopefully. As long as we don't get stuck anywhere. And I don't get bewildered by Sholmes' absurd dialogue. Because sometimes the dialogue that comes out of Sholmes' mouth is, it's a little much. Either way, maybe I'll be proven wrong. I don't know. We'll find out. Hey, no worries, Dark. Gotta go take care of the exam. Gotta do what you gotta do. It's completely fine. Need to go get some sleep? Completely understand. Hey, Azingy! Welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome to the surprise! Welcome to the surprise stream. Oh, goodness. Either way, I am very much looking forward to today. Hopefully, we can figure out what in the world actually happened. Let's hope Ryunosuke doesn't get too dunked on during this. AAMCs often have it bad, so let's hope it's not too bad. Well, considering Phoenix in the original trilogy and Apollo and Phoenix and Athena in the later trilogy, I would say I'm not counting on it. I would say I'm not counting on any hope. Chorlax, welcome in. Currently making a Gundam. Ooh, how's that going? Hope that's going well for you there. Yeah, but one can hope. Fair enough. That's all we can do, right? Poor Ryunosuke. Poor Ryunosuke. The poor MCs are just like, hey, mind cutting us some slack? I have inhaled so much sanded plastic. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. I don't know if inhaling sanded plastic is technically toxic for you or not, but be careful. I don't know if they have masks for something like that, but, you know, may be useful. Alrighty though, it is about that time. I've heard that a certain someone is on trial for murder again. Ryunosuke better not become the new, or should I say, original Mayafe. Currently, he's not on trial. Currently, we're in an investigation stage. We're trying to figure out what exactly happened, because we still don't really know what happened. All we know is that there was a speckled band. Well, may have mentioned something at the beginning of the case related to that, but Ryunosuke is yet again accused of the murder. However, this time, we will be on— whoa! We're actually on the boat. We actually get on the boat this time, not in the courtroom. Huh. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm bopping my head again. Music is so dang good. It's debated in the community if it's really dangerous or not. I just pull my shirt up to my nose when I'm sanding it. Ah, fair enough. Maybe that's why I've grown distant with the series over time years ago. I just got tired of the MC being targeted so much like that. Oh well. Well, it makes for an interesting story in my mind, seeing the MCs kind of overcome these troubles. Alright. Let's load our save game and continue on with our story. Okay, let's move. I feel like we need to spend a little more time investigating. Okay. So let's examine a bit. Stream is now in session. Indeed. Alright, here's the door that we need to investigate into.
This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. One the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
It's completely quiet. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying.
Too quiet? Who's too quiet? The game?
Hello there.
Hello there! Welcome in. Good to see you. Are you feeling better today? I am feeling much better today. Is the game too quiet or am I too quiet? Well, there's no music right now, so No, I was just saying a joke. Was just saying joke.
Ah, got it.
Ah!
What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Oh! It was too quiet, I see.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down.
Mr. Sholmes! Hi!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors down off their hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't. Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
How about we avoid the kicking, Sholmes?
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief.
9th of January, SS Berea, first class cabin, number 2. Whoa!
Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. The old man does appear to be the only person here.
Hey, Metal Spider, welcome in.
But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less.
Buddy, this is not helping anything right now. Buddy, you're not helping anybody's case here right now, okay? You're kind of just making it worse for yourself. We're gonna get punched.
So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. I detect.
Objection!
Objection indeed.
I do not trust detective. Distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there would appear to be a lady concealing herself. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe at this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in such a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me.
Poor Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke's like, no, don't even compare me at this moment.
Huh?
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes! The case just shook! Leave! Now! Otherwise I'll call the steward! This is Kazuma's name. Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Is it an animal, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe. Perhaps. Let's examine as much as we can. Sholmes, what the heck are you doing? Sholmes, what the heck are you doing?
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service.
Okay, Sholmes. Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now, and the time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why?
Name's Boot Hill.
Ah!
Those who've heard of me know what I'm
It's a
about.
boot hill, apparently.
Those who haven't, well,
You know what's the best
for the
against
sake
a
of your
Russian?
own skin,
Boot hill, that's
you
what.
best keep it that way.
Thank you for the boot hill line. Alright.
Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes! Please!
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this case. Huh? Huh? What's going on now? Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What?
This is called a yukata. It's called a yukata, Panhead. It's similar to a kimono, but different. Not a yokata, a yukata.
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all of the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all of the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ah!
Oh, Naruto-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes!
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle!
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of this great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. Not quite, there, Susato. Not quite.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylot's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Huh? This is new. This is brand new. Woo! Okay.
So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Huh? Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front-page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott.
Oh!
I'm sure it needs no further classification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second question. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady traveling in the case? Dear me, we are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found within the pages of this newspaper.
The missing ballerina!
For there is another most stimulating article. if we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page.
The animations are so dang smooth, by the way.
Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I can't say. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky.
Okay, Sholmes, that was quite a display.
Sato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Would you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? For a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
Ugh. This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Yeah, I kinda have to agree there, Ryunosuke. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Futato.
It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deduction.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work.
You don't say!
At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Ha 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 ha. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists?
Whoa! Ah! Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... What the... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel!
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Oh!
So, the dubious-looking Russian, the Roylott. Obviously. What catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard of your sport.
Whoa, wait a minute! I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? Alright, Panhead, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't sit quite right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use the shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? What was the old man really about to cut?
Oh! Wait a second. Ooh! Hello, hold on. Hello, mysterious hair?
What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. It's it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here.
How about...
Yes!
You were about to cut your hair, weren't you? Woo! Hi! Okay then! Dang, this animation is good!
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in your youth. Oh no. Only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Nope. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise. Naruto-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholm's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather, she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a
Fly
young
away,
woman
little
in a
birdie,
situation like
far
that
away.
recently.
Hi, Eisen.
Thank you for the Eisen line.
Oh boy.
Alright, I'll do my best.
Well, how about this lovely article about Miss Ballerina, huh?
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai.
Thank you for the hydrate.
It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina
thirsty.
Pavlova. Ah!
And there she is. Hi! You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Solved. All right. Now this whole thing is being turned around.
Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And as I assure you, the eye speaks to so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly, she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to take a step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it! Just stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Oh! Hold on. Where can we find... Hello? Oh?
Yes!
What about this?
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara.
She stole it!
Now, I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, if not. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article.
Alright, Dark, enjoy the studying. Stay sharp.
And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money.
Oh, so that's why, huh?
Sebastian Kuol Crimson joins the guild.
Sebastian, thank you so much for that follow, and welcome to the Shadeslayer Guild. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well today, Sebastian. Please call me Sebi. I'll try to remember, Sebi. Alright. No problem, Sebi. I'll try to remember. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right. I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I have ever laid eyes on it.
I see. Sholmes, that's a little creepy.
Snowla Stream the 167 joins the guild.
Snowless Streamer, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the Shadeslayer Guild. Also, Sebastian, thank you for the stretch.
Objection!
Oh no, there it goes. There it goes, it finally loaded. Sholmes, watch your wording. Yeah, buddy, be careful. Be careful.
Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de voile betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why we refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf.
Huh? Thank you for the stretch.
He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
Yeah, it's completely different from when it was before. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area. If that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf.
What about this? Perhaps. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Berea. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Wait a minute! What was that speckled band that, Kazuma claimed that he saw when he wrote in his diary? Maybe? No, I have an idea.
There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear! I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
I think she won't open this case because it breaks one of the rules, specifically the rules about no pets.
Yes!
Got it!
Yes! The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet.
Okay. I like this mechanic a lot. I like this mechanic. Deduction complete. Alright, bye Sebastian. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay sharp.
So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Lilat. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you have said is correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. Berea is this huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed?
Sparkling wine is a specialty of Mondstadt.
Goodness gracious.
Mix
Hi,
it with
Kaya.
3 parts dandelion wine, and the bitterness disappears completely. This concoction is known as Death in the Afternoon. Delectable.
Thank you for the Kaya line.
In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took on the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So that no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fast
Hello
as
there.
possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... excuse me. Hello there, Dalek. Welcome in.
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something? Mr. Sholm's great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists.
Oh, again? Ah! Your hands are cuffed again!
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what that speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really is. Alright. Let's figure it out. They spawned, I guess. Oh, goodness. At least you're being more supportive about this now. Yeah, it seems so.
Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
Man who died. He was a friend of mine.
Oh!
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. You notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise? For example, perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Oh, goodness. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. But all I could think about last night was what I had done, and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, see.
How about running away?
You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live! I have no money of my own. The Novavish Ballet gives us only a little food and water. And we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I had stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of this ship, they've all been so kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum, I'm not sure, but...
I figured out what it is.
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Maria stopped by no port last night. Ah! That's it! Of course! So how is it, pray, that you would come to be on board?
Yeah, how does that work? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business. Yes, you're right. It seemed to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
This is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said by myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened.
So what is about this friend of yours?
So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
And the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to the understanding of the nature of young Ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really? What the heck? Where did you get that idea? A chicken? I'm sorry.
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Ah! Obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. Something I should like to show her. Might be able to shed some light on it.
Maybe we should show her that diary real quick. Let's show her that diary real quick. Kazuma's diary.
This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band?
Hello there.
I don't understand. Hi, Deck. Welcome in.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh.
Wrigley's, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome in.
Excuse me, Mr. Hoylott. Yes, what? Wow! She's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside.
To be continued. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. All right. Let's save real quick. Alrighty, and on that note, I shall take my break real quick. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, everybody. I will return in just a couple of minutes. BRB! Alright, I return. Ba-da-da-da. Got some water. Good to go. Okay. Let's continue on with the investigation, shall we? I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. Hello there, Wolfie Cat. Welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome in.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a moment.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists.
Let's head back to Kazuma's cabin. We haven't been here in a minute.
It looks like they're still investigating.
Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. Never know.
And yet... he doesn't seem... oh, there he is. He's over on that side. I was like, where is he? He's over here. Whoa! Buddy! Oh, gosh! I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Are you okay? Now I feel horrible. Now I feel horrible. Ah. Oh. Poor Hosonaga.
Ah, go back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? The pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh.
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Erlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? I can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it.
He looks so beat up. Poor guy.
What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, you know who she is? Please, What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel?
Oh goodness, calm down. Calm down there, buddy. You're already bleeding. Calm down. Goodness gracious. Megara, he kind of got beat up by the captain for letting Ryunosuke out of the cabin and letting him investigate.
Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to this case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information, huh?
What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bruya's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Cervical vertebrae. It's the basically what connects your neck to your back. It's basically what connects your neck to your spinal cord.
Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark.
No, I have an idea. I have an idea what it is now. And if that's the case, then... Ugh, what a terrible way to go.
Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Or Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you.
Ah! This guy! I love this guy! I love Inspector Hosonaga so much. Yee! I love this guy. This is the gumshoe of this game. He is the gumshoe of this game, okay?
This is why we love Hosonaga. Don't change, man.
Absolutely do not. Do not change. You are awesome.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the
Your
first
lucky
place, would
Dark
I?
isn't here, Lady Arya.
Huh? What does Dark have anything to do with this? More like wholesome Naga, eh? Agreed! Agreed. Wholesome.
Ah.
Poor Susato. Post-mortem report. A report from the SS Maria's medical officer, giving the cause of death as cervical spine injury. There was no traces of external injury or poison. Alright. What? Hold on. There's a cat in my room. Hi. Hi. What do you want? Why are you meowing, huh? Huh? Not bad. I'm in the middle of something, buddy. Ah! Hi. Hi, Sam. Oh. I had to chase my cat out of the room for a second. Okay, I'm back. Oop. Alright. Anyways, let's continue learning more about this. I'm gonna do that and be suddenly banned. Eh? Why would I ban you for that, Sam? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, let's continue. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much. Crept about on the floor investigating.
Your cat just walks in and is all like, I'm gonna walk in her room and be a person, and by that I mean not a person at all.
Fair enough, Megarok. Fair enough.
But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Because old jokes get old and I'm sensitive and overthink. No worries, Sam. Don't worry about it. You're all good.
Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing. But he practically shouted. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see?
Ah! Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes! That must be it.
So that mark over there is shoe polish? Huh.
But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor?
Mark on floor. A piece of a small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility.
Oh. This guy. He looks so sad. Oh. Also, Sholmes? That's close to a potential lawsuit if you get me. I think that's why they changed it.
Anyone else wanna hug him?
I do! Me! I want a hug! I want to give Hosonaga a hug.
Of course. My pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too.
Ah. This guy is a total teddy bear. I love him. Me too! I love this guy so much. Alright. Well. Let's move back here. Osanaga is a fan favorite, that's for sure. Yeah, I agree. Ah! Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone!
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us!
These Russian names are impossible to remember. That sounded like someone singing.
Huh? Please don't tell me. Cholmes? Cholmes. Please. Cholmes, please tell me that's not you. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Or that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Oh my gosh. Oh, the case is open. That case is open. Uh-oh.
Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Susato! We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Thank you, Susato.
Yes, we will.
Alright, let's start examining some things. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open!
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now?
Yeah, that's kind of a good question. Naruto-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
Rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlona's friend hiding it, but no luck.
What else can we look at? What about this? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. Or like it was put there deliberately.
I've been to Hong Kong twice, but only on the airlines. Surprisingly, the airline food was alright, all things considered. Ah, I see. Ah! Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right. I don't think that's the case, either of you.
Really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that Russians are very thirsty.
Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they were excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san?
Oh my goodness.
Hang on, what happened to Edgeworth? Well, not the Edgeworth, but you guys know what I mean, right? Eh? Confused, Deck. Very confused.
There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It seems that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Well, Kazuma kind of is, dead. That's kind of what happened at the beginning of this case. At least I think. I'm not entirely sure.
All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I wonder.
Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too, look. Yes, Roria's rule of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I.
Yeah, that would kind of be bad. Anyways, let me check that vent.
So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, Although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open the ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe. So that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or, the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator.
Let's see what else we can investigate.
This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could have entered the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? Excuse me! Goodness gracious! Woo! Thank you. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Do-do-do-do. Thank you. Thank you for the head pats as well. But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too. Stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
Oh, hold on. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, there are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. Hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Well, that really wasn't worth it now, was it? I think we've investigated just about everything. Oh, hold on. Not quite. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
She barely hesitated. She gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret.
Yeah, kind of a bad timing there, Susato-san. Just a little bit. Kind of a little bit, eh. I feel like there's something that's back in the passageway that we need to investigate as well. Wait, let me check the other side. What? Hi?
Sholmes, what the heck are you doing? What in the heck are you doing? What if I send Dean and Sam Winchester on this case from Supernatural? I have a feeling there would be a lot more violence involved if those two were involved. Hi, Sholmes.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
Excuse you, Dad.
And here we see Sholmes stooping near a corner table, in his natural environment.
Why, yes, indeed.
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-li-la-li. I did it's the great detective way. Still singing. Think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew.
The yard being Scotland Yard?
And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to read the climactic finish. Sorry. I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any.
Yard, where's Inspector Giga Chad then? Fair enough.
I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. But could you please put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stocky-billed crewman who is usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entire entries are blank. Means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Hold on. Okay.
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry at this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. Must log the ship's log in your mental file.
Ship's log, a record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning.
Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand that what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliant. Ah, ha 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 ha. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter... He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? Seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, 2?
Yeah. That's interesting. Let's move back here for now. See if we can find something else. Ah! Ah! What's that? Ah!
Has everyone had head trauma today? What the heck?
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands and brace for impact. What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand.
Susato-san, hold on to me. Ah! Susato-san, are you all right? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san.
Looks like we avoided a collision.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? Bolt?
Look at that!
Door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
That's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Just like they were before again.
Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
Better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
Uh-oh. This isn't good. Oh boy. And we have one part left. Oh boy. Let's get started with this. Foreshadowing ahoy indeed. Goodness gracious. January 9th. SS Buria. Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Somehow, the door of the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought you saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Oh no, Dark just saw Hosanaga's state of face. Yeah. Hosonaga kinda got beat up by the captain.
This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere.
Oh my gosh, and a cat is meowing too. What? What are you doing? Oh, go on. Phew. Go on. Anyways. Back to business.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you as a devil!
Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my travel case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man?
Ah, and he is a stowaway as well. He fixed and promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Going away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosenhaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction. After my last effort to appeal the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately!
Yeah, we gotta figure something out. And fast. Let's look. What in the world? Sholmes! What is this? Buddy! Dude! What the heck?
What the?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying! What the? Okay, please avoid the acronyms with swearing, please, as there is a no swear rule in this chat.
What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles felt like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery,
Once again we
my
see
boy.
Sholmes
Oh,
this
no.
time trying to climb the racks like it's a tree. Must be enjoying his inner monkey.
This guy is hilarious! I'm sorry! What the heck?
Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Ah, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, I tried looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. Case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, steamship Ruria, has been solved. By me, naturally.
Eh? Huh? How?
What?
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. for I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ah, you have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim.
Thank you, Deck.
Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what is called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Ah, locked room. That is point.
To whom was locked?
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth even as we speak. The ventilator man.
So my suspicions were right.
The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunk. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. But, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distant element of danger. But fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Ah! What the?
I knew it! I knew it! I freaking knew it! It was a danger noodle! It was a freaking danger noodle!
Allow me to introduce to you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy. Say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness! Really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died. But that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No!
It's turned white as a bowl of rice again. Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. The young woman's friend killed Mr. Osogi. Ah! It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh, here we go. Again, here we go.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
Eh?
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band.
Goodness gracious! Calm down, Mr. Noodle.
Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this light that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No! Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, which can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you are talking about!
Hey, Danny! Welcome in.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. A dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Okay, goodness gracious. Alright, here we go again.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter.
Welcome back, Wolfie.
The grim demise of the victim.
Yeah, a dark. I don't think we should question it at this point. It's not gonna work.
How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by yours terrifying friend.
This makes no sense!
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling kit.
I do like this staging of this deductive scene as well. Deduction scenes. I like these a lot.
When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It's telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his death. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you would use to train your serpent friend.
To... train?
Eat. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You wouldn't know if the animal had done its duty. So you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. You deny this snake has undergone such training?
It's not true!
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm gonna correct it on several points already. Well, let's do our corrections then, shall we?
Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band.
Uh-huh. Everyone is dead silent.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Yeah, that's kind of obvious.
Ah,
It It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. I doubt Miss Pavlova will use some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
but madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute?
I think perhaps that performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless.
Oh gosh, Sholmes.
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves forward. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then they should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes. We need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that
And
was
Sholmes has been shut down, and by a fan no less.
Oof!
Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again!
Your handcuffs are gone!
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off.
He's a magician more than a detective.
Now everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Kaito Kid, is that you?
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
Well?
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? There be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
What else is causing her pain? Oh! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! No, I agree, Danny. It would be fire. There's a claw scratch on the back of her hand.
Oh,
Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound.
it looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
about this?
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Oh, wait a minute.
Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow.
Well then, that snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Aha! There's a cat in this picture.
Yes!
No? What the heck? Oh, wait, hold on. But apparently I need to observe it. Hold on. Let's not be distracted. No, 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 no. That's not right. That's not right. Ah, come on. Why did that not work? Hold on. Really? Let me try that again. Something was not quite right. Just a heads up, you're past the 2-hour mark. I'm gonna finish this today. I know that we're in overtime, but I really want to try to finish this. Let's see if we can. Let me try to examine it first.
Wow, look at the photograph in this frame. Must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Okay, Dark, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this.
How about...
Yes!
How about this?
Without doubt, your little friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
no! Taka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tells of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give for it? What was that sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No! Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's loud skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
She just left it in her pocket. No one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He has ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. You're making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
What are you hiding?
Well, it's speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and that looks like a handle at one.
I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
Huh, that sounds positively adorable.
Hold on. I already did that. Hold on. No. So now we know what it is. So there's nothing else that she's trying to hide, right?
Yes!
Yep, that's it.
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline. Young Darka is proving to be. Must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
The photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. Tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen.
It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty.
So that's the truth of the intruder, huh? But now it's time to figure out the last part of this mystery.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible random. Nope.
But Mr. Sholmes says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seemed to be unaware of one important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Well, better present this then.
Also, I just noticed Sholmes must have flashback technology if he can show us past imagery like that.
Fair enough.
In fact, circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Demon Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, and reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him with a fatal blow.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Yes, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened?
Good question. What about this mark on the floor? It feels like there was something else. I feel like this mark on the floor will definitely help us find this cause of death.
Yes! Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asoki's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asoki must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered. In that instant, he lost his life.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asoki lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Nope.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be! I refuse to accept it!
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
If that's part of Mr. Sholm's deduction, it's right. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Where did she hide it? Wait. The waste paper basket.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them.
Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet.
Oh! What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
Ah!
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, you can see. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Osogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no!
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Nanamoto. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and this little glass bell, that would be
The picture of her kitty cat. Because that cat is wearing the exact same bell.
Yes!
if you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm Ollie.
Well, there we go.
Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
A little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Taka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I think.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Taka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
At that moment, you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Taka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosimo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. Then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang! And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosmos. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard the victim stepping on, glass bell and tripping up. Yes, this Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Asugi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. A combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. What became of the little kitten afterwards?
Didn't manage to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yadaka is still nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, knows something about himself at least. Hold on just a second.
Sorry. Shade Brother came into the room.
When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? Right. Where is it? Snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. Name is Pirosco. Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cave when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes. How did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Wouldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? The old skull does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see his big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say, milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Now let's go eat mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like this look in their eyes right now. Drink milk. Can't hear a whip. Can't climb up a bell cord. It's not venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My parole score has nothing to do with this incident. That's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death.
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What?
What are you talking about, Miss Wikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything.
Yeah, but there's something that doesn't quite make sense.
It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. Just can't point my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were... Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distraction. Must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever that may be. Key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and then climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Hold it! Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right in Pierre and Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Oh boy.
How about this crime scene photograph right here? How about the words that he left behind? After all, that couldn't have exactly been a mere accident. The words that he left behind.
Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Those people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there. if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Sato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Boy. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words,
How about this mark on the floor? If he was already dead, there was no way he could have left it.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. You already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in the cabin?
Yes! Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no!
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Ah, of course we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in the cabin was young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. You mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that it would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. Say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go in cannon. Not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right.
But wait! I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, without a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it on to me like that? Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind being used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
The telling signs, huh? Well... let's see. Well, it's not gonna tell you right away, so... guess I better do it myself. I just realized Stroganoff has marks from his pet on his face. I wonder, did he have those the whole time we've seen him, or was his pet just revealed? Perhaps.
Yes! Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. Very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes through the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
There are nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her books. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door.
Ah!
It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello! Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga! Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door!
Yes. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. The force of inepta, if you call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed? Inepta, oh goodness. SS Bruya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Broya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course! There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of those lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewmen to raise the alarm. Sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait! It was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. Emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop.
Sholmes, were you the one that pressed that freaking button the second time? Gosh dang it, Sholmes. Well, if he hadn't done that, though, we wouldn't have figured it out, so I can't be mad at you for that.
As indeed, it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. Rest, whatever the occasion. He sounded almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Excuse me. Had to take a quick hydrate.
Now, I'm sure all of that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we now have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi. Did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Borea is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Miss Bernard? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
Well, considering that the fact that the ship's log was completely empty for a lot of the night.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... Duh! Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Borea. Oh. Something sufficiently significant. Make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Ah!
Oh, yes. I haven't had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up there.
Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. Right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He's always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes. That? I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
Of course it is!
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes! Do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What?
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh!
Please. No more. I will tell everything.
Hey!
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one. Ah, we could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been a complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Right. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes!
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Or you have talked long time and said many. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night.
I'm
Thanks for
thirsty.
the hydrate. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What's accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. Observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
Goodness gracious, another one? Goodness gracious, how many of these are there?
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, but these two prevaricators. Observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we?
Hey, Vanica, hope you're doing well as well.
By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh! Look at this! It's some kind of stain.
I hope that you'll enjoy that, Vanica, if you do decide to play Overwatch.
It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from.
No, I did it again. Hold on. Whoops. I meant to press the present button. Turn this up. This way. There. And then... boom!
Yes.
Got it!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where that dirt comes from. Though nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
Ah, you're their tank. Got it.
What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. The very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what it made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that what the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is.
That would be the crime scene photograph. This right here.
Yes!
Because of the ink!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah! Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. A Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Broria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
See?
Please.
Don't worry. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. And our angel came to me. It was white like sheet.
Eve, please. You must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. Oh, what happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. Then she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. Oh. The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Oh. Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
Oh, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah! Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incidents that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, those are the facts. There's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. It's not over! What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural?
Wait! Wait! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Then why on earth would his left fist be closed? Why wouldn't it be open? Hold it! Dark, what's done is done. At this point, what's done is done. And at this point, I don't care. I'd rather find the truth now. Alright. Why would his fist be closed, though? Why would it be closed?
Yes! Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms first. Here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean?
Alright, bye, Dark. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great night. Stay sharp!
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear? Oh,
Mr. Sholmes, show us! Please!
why, of course, my dear madam. But I keep you in suspense. Oh! Ah! This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Not just a crescent moon, a crescent moon earring.
Yes, you're right. The crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naru. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself then, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Almost like someone is wearing an exact replica of that exact same earring. Take that.
Yes! Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah! What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion.
Just a second. Sorry, I got called again. Anyways. Shade brother, we are close to finishing this. I know, but that's okay. He was asking me a question. That's fine.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length away from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh, no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, a fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible, long day. Taka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Taka would not come back.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
Hi, buddy.
The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Daka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, the Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. No! He was going to ask Ryunosuke for an opinion! No! Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Taka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty in the passageway. Heard Nita cry out, and thud on floor, so I ran to her. Standing on cabin door, shaking like leaf, she looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef! They find out I will be. Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around, to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place, and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe, so that the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
And Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Borea did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus inciting the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pablo.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
That's what he said first. Made me scared.
What he said first. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as a bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. Told you he wouldn't give your secret away. He wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah! Hello! Hello, Raiders! Meow Me Plays, welcome in!
Incoming raid from Meow Mia Plays with 8 viewers. Welcome.
Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to this stream. Hope you are doing well today. Hope you are doing fantastic. Good to see you. Hope the stream was well. Welcome in. My name is Aria. I am a voiceover artist on YouTube, but as you can see, I also love to stream and play games over here on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining the stream today. Happy to have you here. What were we up to today, Meow? We're streaming Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Ooh, I'm aware of that one. How did that go? I hope that was super fun. You got to do all the Pokemon fusions. Hope it was interesting. But welcome in, Bofi and Meow. Welcome in. Good to see you. Finally got her to play it. I see. Also played Sea of Thieves. Oh. Boff. Got it. The E is silent. Got it. Boff. Got it. He also played... How was the Sea of Thieves, though? I hope it was well. Hope that went well. I've never played Sea of Thieves myself. Never been one I've been truly interested in, but I still hope it was a blast. Currently, we are playing... It was first time playing. Oh, first time playing. I hope it went well. Maybe a little chaotic for your first time playing. But what we are currently playing the Great Ace Attorney. We are on case 2. Trying to finish this up. But as you can see, we've kind of gone into some overtime. All right, go get some sleep, Boff. Thank you so much for the follow as well.
_Alsaroon joins
I
the
really
guild.
appreciate that. Thank you so much. Go enjoy your sleep and stay sharp. And Meow, thank you so much for that follow as well. Welcome
Meow
you.
Mia Plays joins the guild.
I welcome you both to the Shadeslayer Guild. Thank you so much for those follows. I really appreciate that. Now, Meow, I understand if you need to head off, if you need to raid and run, gotta go get some food, water, gotta go rest, do whatever you need to do for your after stream care. Please feel free to do so. Thank you so much for the raid once again, though. And if you are planning to stick around to enjoy the rest of the stream with us, I hope that you will enjoy. Again, thank you so much for that raid, Meow. I appreciate that so much. Alrighty, let's get back to this deduction then. There's one piece that's still missing.
Day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction?
Absolutely, Meow. Always nice to make new friends. Huh?
Ashitashi joins the guild.
Ashitashi, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the Shadeslayer Guild. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much.
Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment?
Oh, Kazuma! Oh.
And we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked that night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
He was looking at the wardrobe. He was looking at the wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
Wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? A man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words that night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. See if between them they may be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no! Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. Fortunately, the truth is, man lost his life because of what you did. That will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Ballerina is finally laid to rest.
The 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway.
What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? The Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? He won't be going back to Russia then. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. Ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I would go with me. I would give myself to British police. It's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova. Will you? Ah. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. Due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. Much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. I did stow away after all. Wouldn't really expect any different. So, get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. I think that only days ago, Cosimo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susato-san.
I had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
I know. There was...
Spectre.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. That caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I'm free again now at least. Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah! Hi! Why? Why, man? Why? Can't you let us mourn here? Let us mourn! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all.
Ruin the moment, why don't you, ya dingus? Ugh.
I know! He thinks this is funny?
Mr. Sholmes. I do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. Oh, it is a little late. I offer my sincerest condolences.
What a weird sense of humor.
The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I'll be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. I have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? The line of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death. I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh, I don't care for me, but... Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. What?
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Miss Susato,
Yes?
do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month in which to study. Learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous! Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Would you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Let's go!
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness. Yet fascinating. Read? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, you know? Oh. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, Tsunaga, you are the best!
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
You'll excuse me. I must
And
pay a
this
visit to the
determination from
captain's quarters, I
Ryunosuke
think.
carried over to his great-great-great-great-great-grandson, Nick Phoenix Wright.
Absolutely.
I need to discuss what to do next. How to best make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
Kazuma's sword!
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every square moment with study.
Yes! That's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness. What is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times!
What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious for me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me! Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you! And not just once, but 5 times!
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must! Just take hold of me and throw me! Do it! Don't even think about it!
No, I don't even know how! I've never thrown anyone in my life! Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing techniques several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes! I'd be honored!
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh! Of course!
Uh-oh.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hi-ya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Good job, you just knocked him out.
My groggy state of consciousness, scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma, flickered into my mind. Huh? Aruma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do for Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see that place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London.
And that's it! That was worth all of the overtime. That was worth all of the overtime. I'm considering making these Ace Attorney streams longer, considering the fact that these cases are so much longer now. There's no way that 2 hours is going to be long enough for one Ace Attorney stream. Oh, goodness gracious. But it's over. It's over. Goodness gracious. Alrighty. And on that note, this surprise stream has surprisingly taken 4 hours. Well, at this moment, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Alrighty though. Thank you so much for sticking around, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. I certainly did. Alrighty. And I will probably consider making the Ace Attorney streams a bit longer than normal for the normal streams, because with the Great Ace Attorney, oh boy, 2 hours is not enough time. I can definitely tell. Alrighty though. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid today.
Yikes, we had to double the amount of our stream today, but it was totally worth it with those tearjerkers. Tissues,
absolutely.
anyone? Toilet roll.
It absolutely was worth it. Absolutely. Alright. You know who I think we're gonna raid today? We are going to raid our friend Shades for Shades. Don't normally get to raid Shades, but we will go ahead and raid our friend Shades for Shades today. If you're headed over to the raid, would you please to support our golden retriever friend Shades for Shades, please type Shadeslay raid as soon as we get over there, so that Shades knows we are there to support him. Also, if you're headed over, be sure to follow all of his rules, as you would mine. And once again, as always, have fun. Alright. Tomorrow we will be back into Professor Layton and the Azran Legacy. Oh boy. We got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Let's see what we can find out from this. If you would like to use our raid message, feel free to do so. Otherwise, feel free to create your own. But tomorrow we will be back into Professor Layton and the Azran Legacy. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you so much for coming, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Bye! Stay sharp, Shadeslayers!